Good morning. How are folks doing today? I hope you guys are ready for some Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Let me just get the game up and going. And I do need to swap over my game capture. Booyah. Volume control? Give me volume knob that I have dedicated to be a knob that changes volume. Don't want to work? Fine. Who needs ya? Okay, anywho. Good morning, folks. Hope all is well. Kay, King, Brock, let's see, Phoenix, Ben, Fitz. I hope everyone is doing great. So, last we left off on Wonderland, since we were here, whatever, Sunday, there was a major hotfix that fixed the horrible issues with the liquid cooler, and nerfed essentially the second and third best pistols. On a positive note, they did... Oh, no. Coke. I'm pouring it into a glass. Oh no, and I managed to spill Coke on my very important Elden Ring quest log page. However will I recover? So I am currently so they nerfed Clawbringer again, because as you very well know, Clawbringer was 100% dominating everything. The nerf to awe is not that bad, but it's a nerf to awe. If you take something that's weak to begin with, the class-wise, and you nerf it, technically they were fixing it. Well, then they if they're going to fix it and then inherently drop the damage that the class does, they need to then buff the class so it can, you know, go back to at least normal, if not better, because the class is not known for being good. And if they're like, we're working on it, we'll just leave the other thing in until you determine. Is this like how they fix things early on in Borderlands 3? Yes, but in my memory for Borderlands 3, they did do some amount of fixing things and nerfs, but they also buffed stuff. So it was always like every week it was a cycle of, oh, this gun's great now they nerfed it, and now this gun's great now, you have to go find it. Oh, they nerfed that one too, now here's another good gun. So it was like every week they seemed to cycle with what the best gun was. Yeah, they super nerfed the pipe bomb. Bingo! Hi. You did the same, Claw Spore? Hell yeah. I was really trying to go 100% on Claw. But I think I'm going to have to step More into Spore, I guess? You got all the minions? They definitely buff snipers. 20% damage flat overall. Is there actually any sniper that's viable now?
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Where will fate lead me next?
So I got this one that does Hydras, so I guess I could have fun with the Hydra shenanigans. I mean, look at that damage! It's so small! It's such a small amount of damage. Oh, it's so small. Works. Did anyone else love the irony of the flavor text? Works great until it doesn't. I'm sure someone's pointed that out. But liquid cooler works. It was working great until they nerfed it, and now it doesn't. Lando, thank you for your follow and welcome. Now, granted, I don't know the capacity to which it got nerfed into the ground. Maybe it's still all right in certain things. Auto Magic EXE is a liquid cooling replacement. Was it? Okay, well, I mean, I don't have that, I'm sure. Some keys. Dope. I'll have to look at those. Oh, static. So the other day I watched Shrek 2 to follow up to my watching of Shrek 1. And yeah, by the way, anyone who said when I mentioned Shrek 1 was pretty good and you're like, oh, Shrek 2 though, you right. But I do still like Shrek 1. By the way. You did a Grave Spore build that's great for mobbing. I mean, I don't particularly have much trouble with mobbing. It's, all the others that are problematic. You. Banshee drops the auto magic. You hope the gun you used all the time hasn't been nerfed? Was it a pistol? Because the answer is maybe. Um... Oh lord, the joke is so long, Shaolin. An Irish priest is driving across a country road. I've been drinking just water and water small wine. Oh, good lord, he's done it again. Gotcha. Short, snappy ones are better. So they nerfed Queen's Cry, Masterwork, and Catatumbo. Oh, and I think rubies as well. But I think they technically buffed poison SMGs? Queen's Cry wasn't even that good. Yeah, but if they didn't nerf it along with the rest, then they would have had problems, because I'm sorry. Does sorting by type not sort by type? Like type of gun? Are all guns lumped together? Certainly. The White Riders, good? I'll give it a go, since I think they did buff it and such. You think it puts favorites first? But I've got things favorited. And they're not first. Because this is my page 1. Not a favorite to be seen. Try using snipers. They are strong. You have a legendary fire one that shreds, including ammo. Yeah, I don't have a lot of upgrade stuff, so I'll need to do that. Yes, we'll accept that one. Yeah. So we'll try out... I still want to see what it does. Because it's always good to at least check out the nerfed things. Um... Try all the guns to see what they can do. Man, I don't have, like, any shotguns. It's, like, basically all pistols and SMGs. Well, I guess I have been looking for pistols and SMGs. And then imps. Alright. I'm not changing anything as of yet for the skill-wise. Barrage has multiple charges. Okay. Dragon Lord. Buddy Boo.
We'll see.
Let's just go for a normal run.
Good luck.
Now, Purple Doll SMG is your best friend. The cryo ones that are like ×4. I just hate the slowing down mechanic. Like, what's up with those shenanigans? So this is going great. So far, so completely 100% viable. Oh, this is so sad. This is the weapon they buffed.
Oh, you are vile!
I don't even know.
What have we here?
It still does better.
Healing potion, eh?
Also, they didn't buff that one? Did they not? I thought they said... that magic poison SMG. We found that these guns weren't appreciated as it was taking time. We removed the delay, including the part of the base damage of the gun, what that gun does. Or is magic poison... White Rider's dual beam damage scaling remains unchanged overall, increases the damage each beam deals due to the Dahlia scaling change. The damage of White Rider single beam mode was getting scaled twice the damage, was close to what we were aiming for before these buffs, but due to the additional increase, we've reduced this modifier form by 11%. They nerfed it. But increased Dahlia magic poison SMG damage scaling by 50%. So...
Ah, yes.
okay, so... that's better. I mean, granted that... So they did do a weird buff and nerf. Shenanigans. At the end of the day, they were like, okay, so we buffed it. But then we saw that it was dealing, we were okay with how the single one was doing, and we don't really want the effect to happen to the dual beam, so
Ready. Put out the oven.
the White Rider was a net buff.
Hi.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's still not how I would have done it, nor how I like for my completely PvE game to be handled. Doling out the nurse. I mentioned it yesterday, but like I'm one who sees Wonderlands as a great opportunity to have a lot of people love the game, new to the franchise, all this loveliness. But if you go forth and you do things like, I'll say, nerfing, right off the bat, like, people were using the liquid cooler a lot, and then other pistols. So, okay, let's, we don't want people to only be using these 3 or 4 weapons. Nerf them. But, gotta ask the question, why are they only using the 3 or 4 weapons? Because most other guns they find aren't murdering things very quickly? How do we fix that? Oh, I know. Buff other things. Buff the guns. Buff lots of things. Give people all the options to choose from. You know? Give people a lot of choices. And then, if some things are too much, you then do the balancy thing. Buff a lot of stuff. You see, they're only using basically pistols and SMGs. Don't really touch those too much. Make shotguns better. Make ARs better. Make snipers better. More than 20% is not enough. Like, if it takes me, snipers should feel impactful. Same with rocket launchers. Oh, I'm fine with liquid cooling being nerfed. I got no problems with it. But instead of just nerfing, they should have done something else. Like, make more things viable. If at the end of the day, if people are like, man, none of these guns are viable, none of the legendaries, let's go with purple pistols, purple SMGs. Like, snipers need to kill in one or two shots. Body shots can be lessened, but it's a sniper rifle. You get very little ammo. I don't know. Anywho. By the way, I never actually found out. Does anyone know if it's, like, worth it to make these things elite? Like, at the end of the day, do you get more crystally doodads? Oop. Oh, the build can take it. I'm not worried about my build not being able to take it. It's well, I guess I should be now that things got nerfed, but I'm more concerned about it just might take me a while, which is fine.
Can't sling spells no more. Got out of that by the skin of me rump.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Let's see. Cockpit girl? Cop, thank you very much for your follow and welcome. How are you doing today? Ow. Well, that was fun. Hey! It didn't kill me. Or, sorry, it killed me, obviously. But it didn't actually take a thing. Is magma breach stand still and the floor is lava? You don't lose live once the encounter is over? Yeah, fantastic. I'm glad about that. I guess max size? Like, I would just normally continue stat dumping into gun damage, but in the long haul, I'll need to have... All these have caps, so I should put points into them. Who gonna save your soul? Floor is lava, everyone's favorite. Oh, or you die faster. Oh, man. Just the options. Have I tried Spellblade on my Clawbringer for the action skill? No, I've only tried Spore. Because I more or less went Spore. I didn't really farm much, just enough to get me to Chaos 20. And
That's the way it's gonna be, eh? Leave it! Another notch and not a coin to show for it.
oh, Spellblade is a melee weapon. Sorry. What's this Spellslinger class? Spell shot. Sorry.
What's a little damage between friends, huh?
Did it go? Spellblade is amazing for the action skill damage scaling. Even if my action skill damage is melee? Because I'm just asking because if it says ability damage.
That's more like it. Empty.
An idiot. Oh, follow
Back up. Oh. Oh, that's... Yeah, that might fuck with me. The weapon allows you to use spell damage to scale the actual damage of your melee. Okay. And it's probably gonna get nerfed next week. Is it good? They also sell for double the money. I mean, fuck 'em, might as well at that point. I need the money. So sad. All my damage, man. I miss feeling it. Let's be real. I never really dealt any damage.
I will never let you live this down. That's my boy.
I can't actually tell how much damage I'm dealing with my action skill. I don't think very much.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Chris B, thank you for your follow and welcome, welcome. How are you doing today?
Wow, if it isn't my favorite killer bucket.
One thing that burns you out is barrel damage. You're so sick of getting wrecked by barrels. Barrel damage I'll accept because it's a classic. What the fuck are these guys not immune to? Yeah, I'm gonna have to respec the whole shebang. Because unfortunately, this doesn't work well.
That's the good stuff.
At least not my rendition.
Think that's when you're down, huh? Steady fool, I say. Steady fool.
Did they fix the glitch with action skill active?
Won't be enough. I feel a storm coming.
Good. The thing with the buff. I don't know what the fucking thing with the Buffmeister is. I've heard about it. I know it's a thing that exists, but boy howdy, I don't actually know what it does, what it is, if I'm doing it. I'm just using my Buffmeister because it gives my spells, or it gives my guns a small amount of the dark magic, which means it's healing me. Which I desperately need, because I die a lot. Because I'm weak, what I do is weak, and I should feel weak. I don't know even who I'm targeting. Why everyone bash Clawbringer? Because it's shit! I started this class! It's been weak the whole time! I don't... Why is it getting hate? It's because it's unfortunate. It's sad. It's a sad time. You can make viable gear, you can make viable builds with good gear, but if it's your main, you have to struggle to get the good gear. So, you should never main it. Like,
Undead and loving.
it's unfortunate. So should you switch your Stabbo Claw to Stabbo Graveborn? If you want. If you're enjoying the class, if you aren't having problems and you're enjoying yourself, keep on doing it. Like, there's no problem if you're enjoying what you're doing, what you're playing, how you're playing the game. Keep on it. Keep at it. Yeah, so what things that they've like interacted with affect late end Clawbringer. I want for when I like have a main class, it would be better for me to go full Spore Warden and then have stuff into Clawbringer right now with how everything is, and that's what I'm going to have to do. I want to get the capstone of a class. If it's the main class of the character, I want to go full into it, and the other's a side class. Unfortunately, Storm Smite, not great. The cooldown inherently just makes it really bad. And they just fixed Awe, which was a nerf. It's a horrible capstone. It would be an alright capstone if it didn't have the cooldown, because you could just continue, like, you'd throw your hammer, bring it back, wait some seconds, throw your hammer, bring it back, and it could do stuff. And if it was too powerful at that, they could just nerf the ability damage, But it having that cooldown is really... You shitting on are you all the way into the class? If you aren't all the way into Clawbringer, then there's nothing. If you're just using it for like Oath of Fire, which is dope, or Oath of Thunder for if you're doing some melee shenanigans, getting some DR, whatever. If you're doing it for basically anything up to here, you're good. There is viable builds. There are viable builds. But the problem with things are viable, but getting the gear to make things viable is a problem if your class is Clawbringer main because you can't farm efficiently. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have another class that you can go in, kill these Chaos Chambers, get the loot, then put that loot on your Clawbringer, then I can 100% see and do everything. It's great. You started as Claw to play with one friend, but by the time you got through Weep Wild, you expect to go full spell shot with points into shock skill on top. Your favorite build with Clawbringer is the Stabomancer? Like, I by no means am running, like, look at my lack of chaotic gear. Like, I got some gun damagey stuff. Like, I don't have the best shenanigans. I understand that. But that's... I'm, like, living the struggle of what it is. Skipped your good morning? Good morning, Sim. Sorry, things are shitty.
Looks like magic's back on the menu. can you?
Daddy cool like say.
I made a meaner stuff than that.
Mushroom Healer drops the new gear. Mushroom Healer was the thing out of this? I did not actually expect that. I know. I'm just being sassy right now, I guess. I don't know. Anywho.
Hello there, little sprout.
Shadows move. The dark grows stronger.
Let's see. Cowabunga, dude. Thank you for your follow and welcome. Yeah, Yabo, I had no problems getting Chaos to 20 with this class. No problems. It's the last two patches that have made things ever so minorly worse. Also, me trying to go for harder perks so I can get more things, so I can farm. You know, it's not kind.
How will I become deadlier next?
You've been wanting to do a Clawbringer Berserker. Got you wondering if you should reconsider. If you do it, main Burr. You can always change. If you main Claw, you're maining Claw. And 100%, if you like the class and you're having a great time and you got something that's going on and working for you, that's great. I by no means, just because I'm sitting here streaming the game does not mean I know,
Fight like a dairy farm.
you know, everything there is. It's quite the opposite. I know very little. So, take all my words with whatever grains of salt you'd like.
Right. You even try it.
I never get tired of that.
What's a little daddy cool rest, huh? You're nothing but a ski harder.
In-game is a grind fest. Yes. So I'm just gonna have to... This is my only, like, max character, so I have to just deal.
You love my stuff.
Does it grind more than 2 or 3? I mean, it's definitely more important to do this than 3 ever had. There's no equal thing in my mind that relates to this for Borderlands 3.
Damn it,
Um... Because there are 6 classes you have to deal with at the start, you might find it, I don't know, perilous to determine. Like, you have to get your armors in particular. You have to get the layout you like. So the 2 classes, then you have to deal with the 3 modifiers, and then the final bit. So if you want to farm these for something ideal, it can be difficult. So glad your first character was a Zerker up until the nerf yesterday, trying to find a solid frost replacement gun. You got a Fario shotgun with the Hydra summon. Nice. I still love the fact that the gun works great until it doesn't. Basically, dozens of hours and hope you get lucky. Yeah, sounds about right. Because there's technically dedicated drops, but they're not as efficient farming things that I know of. Like in Borderlands 3, it was really quick to farm certain things. Like, certain bosses might give you trouble, but once you have like a decent build, you can more or less mow through them. And the bunnies are the best farm. So it's like, damn. And in my head, it's ideal to have one class that has gotten all the collectibles so that you can farm with them. So that you can outfit your other characters. And it's like, man. That's why you have a spell shot? Yeah, well, I started Clawbringer because I'm dumb. I should have started Spore Warden, and I could have changed. Mostly I'm just regretting my starting choice.
Forgotten before they hit the ground.
Couldn't have known? No.
Spellswords are ready. Hot out the oven.
How could I have known it would have been the weakest class to start, and then they would have done back-to-back nerfs on the class? Inadvertent nerfs? Sure. Minor nerfs? Sure. But nerfs! There's still nerfs to the class? Ah! They were fixing how things work. Sure. It's not like they didn't know it was gonna nerf the class. I'm sure they'll make Clawbringer better. So I am sure that there is going to be an ebb and flow like all of the other Borderlands games, where certain classes get nerfed and other classes get buffed. Like at the start of Borderlands 3, Flak was like god tier and Zane was bad. Midway through, I remember Amara being like the best, and then Moe's not being super great. And then at the end look, what? Mose is top, then Zane, then Flack, then Amara. I rank them as such. All characters can complete all tasks that you need them to, but it's about effort, build, and how much you need to farm for them. Mose, you can basically get a class mod and a shield, and you can hop an Iron Bear and take on basically any content you want. You know, it's one of those things. Similar to Zane, you get a good gun. You can do some pairing stuff with your clone. You're off to the races. Mose's easy mode at the end. You say that's a proud Mose main. And I'm not saying, you know, again, I say all classes can do all the content. It's just, you know, a amount of effort in order to complete it. Kind of shenanigans, you know? Zane is the top tier. I mean, you're out of 4, so it's like... Cap.
Broken, but I'm not out of the fight yet. Give me a minute.
God, what gun is this? Oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is one of the easier ladies too.
Magic strike!
Oh god, I'm just gonna die here. It's not like I have much to lose, but it's just sad. Playing this game makes me sad. It's not a good thing.
Don't think I don't smell you now. No one gets rid of me that easy.
You pop swaddle? Think I put her down, huh? Then boom, I say, then boom.
There's Chaos 10, Chaos 20.
Yes, ammunition.
Didn't realize it went that high. Yeah, it's the... Got it cranked to the highest. Guess I should have respect first before I did this.
Lana's tapped out!
I'll be back up soon as it's
That's more like it!
The word none is just letter N doing a cartwheel. I like that. Ugh, Lord have mercy. Okay. And by the way, I'm sorry for any negativities. This game just... They had so much! And I feel like they're doing poorly with the awesomeness that they have, you know? It's got like, again, yeah, one of my favorite settings, and the humor is so on point.
You're in full bloom, ain't ya?
a little worse for wear there, hero. Follow through.
What am I feeding you? Am I supposed to be feeding you? Who's a good boy? Catch!
Sorry, hero. I'll be back right in a second. They're up again. I may be broken, but I'm not out of the fight yet. Give me a minute. Just don't think you sometimes stop it with
Nearly there.
You're here, my faithful mushroom.
Oh, shit.
I'll give you a good hug. Hammer of ages!
Awesome. Today, what you want to do now with respect to Claw and Spell Shot, use a Buff Master, join the dark side. I'm already using a Buff Meister. Let's do it. I'm fine with it. Fuck it. I was already using it because it increased my frost damage when I was using this, when I was using the, you know, liquid cooler, and obviously gives me other buffs. But increased my damage by whatever this lifesteal equivalent is.
Looks like magic's back
Clawbringer
on the
Spore,
menu.
Companion Damage, Ability, Crit Hit Chance, whenever poison stabs. I don't know. Ability damage. Oh, good! Crit hit for shotguns and snipers. Berserker Spell Shot. Ability damage and spell damage are increased by 50% of your increased melee damage. Ah, that actually seems like it goes well with the Berserker and Spell Shot combo. And then also has ability and ability crit. That doesn't seem bad. I feel like rings are super underwhelming. I feel like they can't, make them super duper amazing. Cause you get to equip 2 of them, and people just do 2 of the super amazing. Need to re-roll to shock or dark magic. For my Buffmeister. Seems fine with me. Frosting blazing, volley of unseen depths. Spore and Stabbo, melee, move speed, fire rate. This kind of trash. It seems pretty bad. Alright. So with my measly amount of things, what should I be going for? If I want, if I want to go for whatever dark side y'all are leading me onto. So this is a loaded question, but what's so bad about this? Isn't it all in game and Borderlands just rinse and repeat and hoping for an RNG drop? No. So the problem I have is not with the fact that I have to farm. Sarcastic. Farming in a Borderlands game? No, never. Totally fine with farming. The problem is that they're nerfing some of the best tools people have for easy farming without providing additional tools. I find it dumb. I think they should buff weapons so that people have options, that people get excited about, oh, XYZ gun is awesome. I want to try it out. And again, they nerfed Clawbringer, which is the weakest class, twice. It was fixes. It was inadvertent. Like, oh, it was scaling multiplicatively instead of additively. All right, it doesn't change the fact that it was still a nerf. Like, damage was lessened. It needs to be, if they noticed that it affected Clawbringer more than any other class, because they noticed, or it was specifically, you know, Clawbringer's skills, they need to up the percentages. They need to change it to modify it so at least it doesn't nerf them, you know, because it's not fun when you get all your shrine buffs, when you find all the things, because if you want to be efficient, that's how you do it. When you get all the stuff and you're maining a Clawbringer, and then they're just like, double nerf the main gun you have. You're just, not only your main gun, but they nerf your backup weapon and your tertiary weapon. Like, I'm like, oh, well, you know, of course they're going to nerf that. And then in my head, I'm like, I'm just going to use the handbow, because I really like that gun too, nerfed. Queen's Cry, nerf. Katatumbo, nerf. Rubies, nerf. Like, they nerfed, just don't play Clawbringer, but I mained Clawbringer and I did all this shit. I don't want to do all this shit again. And I can't change my main class, which is fine. If this carried over from playthrough to playthrough, I'd be a lot less unhappy, because I could just level up another character and I'd be fine. Like, but this having to be collected every single character that you make is a problem. Nothing carries over. You gotta recollect everything for the shrines, every single die, all the marbles, all the collectibles. And it, like, oh, it's kind of fun the first time through, let's say. The dice, not so much. But, you know, hearing all the sassy marble things, I liked it. I don't want to do it 6 times. Are they generally good at listening to the community and fixing adding things? They go through points when they do, but if they were listening to the community at the moment, I don't think they are. I don't think they've been listening since the start of the game. Like with Borderlands 3, I felt like they were fairly deaf to a lot of the early things, and then they became more aware of, oh, we need to listen to them, you know, the people who play the game, otherwise they'll leave. Made nerfs before fixes. Yeah. Because everyone absolutely loved having the cooler as their viable weapon.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Weapon to use, a completely new concept that never tried before. When you kill things, when you shoot at things, they die. New concept. Big brain moves. Big Daddy Adam, thank you for your follow. And the Sad and Lonely Gamer, thank you for your follow. Gearbox seems to have a weird focus on touching things creators do, content creators. But those content creators are playing the game in a way to abuse things and make them broken, which is what they do because they want a big build video, which is great, you know. I got no problem with awesome build videos that hit hard. Chris, thank you for your follow, but they've been
Another traveler
Megatron,
seeks
thank you for your
refuge.
follow too. All games focus on their content creators? Well, I feel like they should focus on the players
The
more.
contract is
The
struck.
average player. The average player experience. More players are the average player experience than they are the streamer, the content creator, this person who put, you know, however many thousands of hours into whatever. Megatron, thank you very much for your Prime sub. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you've liked what you've seen so far. I know you could spend that anywhere, so it means a lot here using it here. So yeah, thank you. Hope you enjoy all the emotes and whatnot. Okay. So, what bunny should I go for? I don't know what I'm going to be looking for. If I'm going to go for swap out of Spore, to Spell Shot? No prob, Sarcastic. It like complaining about it at a surface level is like, oh, it hurts my farm. It's like, well, if you don't like farming, why are you playing Borderlands? But it's like a catatonic issue. Swap out need ammos, rings, and armors, rings and ammos. I think I'm gonna go for armors because it'll give me more of an option. You learn to read only on Xbox. You hate those moonstones. Oof. Clawbringer Spore.
Ready to bring the arcane pain?
I'm probably gonna have to do read-only for shenanigans. Oh, I don't like read-only farming.
Arcane mysteries, yours for a price. Take this money at once. A deal.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
The fearsome dragon returns, eh?
No, I ran out of space. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna grab my liquid coolers. Unseen depths. Is 160 the max? No, I just haven't, like, upgraded. I could go that way instead of turning enemy damage into lightning damage. Okay. Okay. Wish I could look at the pictures. They help me tremendously.
Then a left. No. No, right. Yeah, that should do.
Are the weapons with no picks just bugged? It's just UI issues. Which is really fun.
Peace and quiet. I like quiet. Why do they always have to ruin it by throwing peace along with it?
Yeah, Borderlands had the same kind of issues. Let's go ahead and get rid of batteries. I don't like low ward. I don't know what that one does. You're just wondering if anyone had the accidentally selling of equipment weapons or just you? Oh, no, it'll sell them if you don't have them starred. And you click on them. By the by, I am just looking for things to sell. Because I've got stuff and I need to have less stuff. Use Deathless so your ward is close to 30k. Sounds dope. I have not much knowledge about this game. So I'm just grabbing stuff to sell so I can hopefully increase my bank size so I can hoard better. Okay. So anything that has a star on it needs to not have a star on it. I never thought I would be missing the days in Borderlands 3 when if you put a star, or when you put things with stars on them in your bank, that they would go away.
Thank you. This will be oh so useful.
Eh. I sold my equipment. I took off all my equipment. All the things I was wearing, just auto equips. I took off all my equipment prior to. If I accidentally sold something that I was legitimately using, well, fuck. And I'm slightly off. Why isn't the SDU thing in here?
If it isn't my favorite,
They included everything you could need to never leave this room. Why couldn't they also add in? 'Cause I don't know if any of this is good or not. Ah. By the way, I'm basing this off of the 2 mid stats. That is what I'm basing it off of. Just grabbing stuff at this point. Because there's too much to look at. Could have a little bread slicer, but it sucks. It's not that bad. Spore and poison, but the rest don't do. Gun damage? I'll keep that one. Frost Berserker. I'll keep that one. Alright. Huh?
Magic.
I'm not talking to you.
Where will fate lead me next?
You didn't say anything. Tell her to go kill something? I'm sorry.
Now to resell it online.
I'm sorry. I'm having to, like, I don't know, redo my entire shenanigans because life sucks. So forgive me for being less entertaining than my average, which is pretty low. All right. So, what am I needing to do? Spell shot? Is that right? Tell me how I'm supposed to build this. What do I need? I'm joining whatever dark side. Tell me how to get damage. I believe in you. Fix it, chat. I need ambidextrous, high damage spell, and a buffmeister. Spell damage. Anything with spell damage. Portion of all increases to Fate Maker's spell damage is applied to gun. What about points? Do I need to go, like, things that say gun and points? It would be good if I reached the capstone. Well, I can do that. I don't need the spell crit. Okay. Okay, magic bullets is just spent. You go on companion build? I got no idea what I'm going. I'm letting... Congratulations, y'all are telling me what exactly to do. Spell weaving. I don't know. Beat her down? No, it was not you. Third one in the second row. Oh, for every stack of spell weaving. How do I stack spell weaving? Spell weaving. Oh, that's my this. Alright. Glass cannon? That seems like a lot. Oh, well this one, mage armor. Right? You just do that shenanigans? I mean, that seems fine. Not having shield can be tricky. Well, it just means I can go for a big chungus of a shield, even if it has a low rate. If I'm constantly casting spells, right? Max stacks increased. Yes. Right? Cast a spell. Guns deal bonus damage to the spell's elements. Can stack for each one equipped. That's probably good. You'll have 0 recharge rate. 0. I understand, but every time I gain a stack of spell weaving, I gain 10% back. And if I can get to... Is it all the way down in here? Oh yeah, it's all the way down there. I don't know if I can get there. Plus extra stacks for sure. This will be better because I'll get extra like if with my Buffmeister that I have, it does the dark magic, so I'll get extra dark magic, which is extra healing. I'm going to have 2 spells, so it's going to stack for an extra potential 20%. Increased gun damage per stack. That seems ideal. Stores a crit hit with the spell. She deals bonus gun damage. With the gun element? Well, I think this one's a must. But is this one? I don't know how much I'll be hit critting with spells. I don't inherently think that's the like a focus. Fuck if I know. Max out. That's what I was thinking. Reload. And then I can go for the thing. And then I can go into the other. I don't want the auto reload. I've never particularly cared for auto reload mechanics when I've played in the past. So, as far as this goes, if I'm getting capstone, do I need other spell cooldown? The oath is all I really need. Increased elemental damage should be good. Yeah, I could also go for increased ward capacity since I'm doing shenanigans. That's basically all I can... I could also see me going for Radiance, since I'm not going to have these. Or since I'm not going... Since I took this. Getting extra. Double spell slots with a spell shot is fun. Well, some DR, right? It's one of those things I'm like, I could go for increased ward capacity, I think just because it will do this. But it's like, just notice the black gold combo. You like it? Well, I'm glad you like. So doing this will do an extra 30% of my ward capacity, and then I can get DR from here. And then this gives me increased gun damage. The DR seems better. Okay. Yep. All right. Now I can spec better. Okay, so I agree with full reload and these and that and this. Then I liked imbue, extra stats, and this. That's where that one ends as an easy peasy. This one, I want 5. Damage reduction. Damage reduction. And gun damage. I think this would be good. Fine enough. So either that, instant reload, cooldown, or crit hit chance, which I don't think crit hit chance. Has anyone made a reliable skill tree calculator for this game? Not that I know of. I can do this one just because it's a kill skill, and 1 point is, generally speaking, fine enough. Could also do this. Enemies breath attack to do a little orb thing. I think there's a cooldown on this that's not stated. Okay. So, let's look at my weapons and whatnot. So, Buffmeister. As far as secondary spell, we have Twister of the Bounty, Laser Hand Apparel, Gelatinous Cube, or Glacial Cascade. Can you post a link to the skill tree calculator? Send it over to one of the mods and then it can get posted. Whatever has the highest number. Highest single number or highest total number. Like flat number? Highest singular thing. Okay, well, still this Glacial Cascade since 1231. So am I still looking for increase in spell damage? So for rings, ammies, and everything else, I'm looking for spell damage if applicable.
A glimmer in the night.
Don't be sad. We're all here because we love hanging out with you.
Aww, Box, thank you very much for the donation. I really appreciate it. Alright. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like it. I don't want to be angry. Make sure you have a spell that can hit flying enemies, since the Cascade doesn't do well with them. Can't I just shoot them? Photography, hi. So do I want to go for gun or spell? It's more shot than it is spell. Both? Spell boosts gun. Aye. Dope. I guess I'll go with this other one, although I want like this spell shot more than I want the other, but and the passives aren't ideal. But this one does have 25% extra spell damage, so we'll do that one. I'm gonna need better armor. We'll look for some. I need an actual shield and an amulet. This one gives passive. Five, 9, 6, 2. Whenever you cast a spell, summon a frost rune under a nearby enemy that explodes after a short delay. Fine with that one. Buffmeister in your right hand. That is the key. Gotcha. Grave, burr, claw, stab. Da, da, da. Okay, so we're gonna have to go with claw. Question. This ability. Since my action skill is a spell, how does this work? Does it not function, or does it function way better than probably it was intended to? It's not considered an action skill. It doesn't work. Damn it. So close. Action skill annoyance don't work. Damn. All right. So that is all of that part. Next up is guns. Gonna have to rework enchants too. Yeah. Well, we might have to you know. Well, the problem is I don't think I have I don't think I have much in the way of things starting off. So I think I'm gonna just have to deal with it for a smidge. Check out a Spriggan, a ×4, a purple one. I don't have one at the moment, but I will be on the lookout for one.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
SMG. I figured the ×4, the one I have. Oh, this is Spriggan. Sorry, I was looking at it as Yawning Void. Yeah. Boop. We'll see how this goes. I need a lot of things, but hopefully things will die now. Here's hoping. Thank y'all very much for assisting me. Buffmeister in my right hand. Okay. How much money do I have? Oh, because I respect. I was like, how did I lose so much money? You guys can't see the money. It's behind me. Okay. Let's see something that is cheap to upgrade. So I have action skill active, better with frost. So that's something I should reroll. Action skill starts. I'm gonna. I guess I'm just gonna discard it. Did I make a backup? No, we're just gonna do it. I'm sorry. I just don't wanna. I'll hate myself later. When on my own time. That one. I assume that one's all right. This one has none, so as well say I was planning on going for on cast. Now this one not useful as far as on cast go. I'm going to keep it because it went from nothing to having one, but on cast ability damage not useful because I don't have an ability that gives ability damage, right? I just want to get confirmation before I horribly screw things up. Okay, awesome. I'm not keeping that one either. Sure. That one's fine. This, when health is below 50% regen health and gain extra damage. Fine with it. You also don't know if enchantments suck. Perfect.
Quite the collection.
What happens if you have the same thing on every weapon? They don't stack. Ah, okay. Good to know. Oh, Lord Viren, thank you very much for your follow. I'm sorry I missed it earlier. Alright. So we're just gonna do a run now. See how this works. Okay. Is there anything I need to be aware of besides... I don't know.
I don't do warning shots.
much damage. It does so much damage. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. My main class is so trash. Oh, and then just this. Oh my gosh.
Oh, don't look so surprised. Ready to bring the arcane pain?
Yeah, no, if this is what you were doing, anyone complaining about anything would have been like, I don't know, it's totally reasonable that they got rid of those really broken weapons, because, I mean, really, anyone can... Chaos Chamber's like nothing. You know? I don't even understand why anyone complains about it.
I feel really rested.
I think the game is completely balanced, and if anything, they should really make things more difficult, because this is really just not much of a challenge for me. You know. What you got, Chaos Chamber? You got nothing. Exactly. Oh my god.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Buffmeister saves every build. I had the Buffmeister on before. It just wasn't this.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Forsaken and Nate Skovax. Thank you very much for your follows and welcome. Spell shot saves every build. They most likely will fix the Buffmeister spell shot interaction, but they haven't yet.
Ha! You fell for it. Classic hero bait.
Let's get casting and blasting. Fought like rubbish. Died nicely though. Was wondering when more of you turn up.
Difficult to hit these things. I was about to say, this build is far from optimized. Oh my lord, so far from optimized. Hastily whacked together. Seconds. You want to know, is Borderlands very good? As a general premise, the entirety of the franchise? Yay.
Ha! I could get used to this. He's stupid enough to mess with me.
How are you still alive?
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Yay. Let's see. Shiny TV, thank you for your follow and welcome, welcome. Party time? Break it up. Wish he's had like little descriptions. Because I can never remember which one's what. Try liquid cooling now? I didn't bring one. How does my character look? I look so... plain. Loot explosion? Oh, we'll do that one. Because I think the other one is not fun. You have liquid, but it's not cooling. You try putting ice in it. What are the classes? Why are the classes in the games always so unbalanced in the beginning? See, my I don't know. Hot take is the right word for it. But so my thought process is such. When you want to have the certain guns and certain classes just be flat better than others. You do. You just want to have that. You want to have that gradient of good to bad. So then, when you want to have people, when you can see like player, intrigue is a little down, you nerf, and then you buff the hell out of the low things, and then people are like, "Oh my God, this is so crazy! You gotta play blah blah blah. You gotta use blah blah blah." But Brock's probably more accurate. Different people developing it, different people testing it, different perceptions of what is good or bad. They probably have entire teams for each one. Kind of shenanigans.
Carrying coin. I don't kill for free. Leave it. Not now, stupid!
Oh. Daisies. What are my stats now? Totally fine. But you think they could have a meeting and someone could say the class is underperforming, maybe we should fix that? Ah. Maybe they thought the class was fine until they saw how things were. If you're a mage that went full strength dex, it would be so wrong in any other game. Yeah, but if int and wisdom were spell damage and something else, maybe, but yeah, as a general premise, village idiot would not be the best in like D&D. You don't want to spec out like that. Would be unideal. Spell cooldown is useless for spell shop with the capstone, and wisdom sucks. Are you telling me that status damage? No action skill, so no attunement. Come on. And crits. Which one's Spectral Vengeance? Is that the evil ghosts? I don't really want Spectral Ghosts. They're not too difficult to actually deal with, but I just don't really want them.
Spells are up like wait before the sun. Upsy-daisies.
They don't spawn like from every enemy. Gotcha. Push button, enemies deleted. So crazy. Harmly, hello, hello, how's it going? Oh, I don't want to be in a puddle full of horror water. Oh, never mind. I don't have a choice. Fuck it, I'm just not gonna. The game was rigged from the start.
Might have lived if you'd run.
Oh, there you are. Thanks for the buff. Having fun now? Yes, surprisingly, I have more fun when I'm murdering things in the game. Mayhem water. Everyone's favorite enemy. Letting so many crystals go to waste? What do you mean? I was gonna say, they're auto-collected. You don't have to run around and pick them up. They are? Yeah! Try it out! I mean, maybe it's only technically a portion? I have no idea, but... I got told that at some point, and based on what I can see, it's accurate. But I would assume they just made you able to get them all, because that'd be really bothersome after that if you didn't, but... Barrel maker. Oh, barrel maker has a higher number. Did I equip the barrel spell? I did. Oh my gosh, you guys, I just killed her, like, earlier.
Well, that's settled, isn't it? Shall have extra peanut butter this night.
Raid boss first time round. Seven? Because I was curious if it would add exactly 7. I wanted to count and then go through. Literally took me half the time. And I did a lead on all of them. Spell shot. Whenever you cast a spell, reduce your remaining action skill cooldown by 20%. When your action skill is on cooldown, spell damage is increased by 30%. I assume none of the bottom of that works if you're doing dual spell. Because you don't have an action skill, your action skill cooldown won't work. And because you don't have an action skill, it's never on cooldown, so you don't get the increase in spell damage. Damn it. Alrighty. So... yeah, they really thought that one out. I mean...
Another traveler seeks refuge.
If they didn't want people to abuse it, sure, yeah, they definitely thought it out. 100%. Puppet of Fate and Wing It Wade, thank you both very much for your follows, and welcome. Evil Witcher, hi, how am I doing? I'm doing well, how about yourself? It works great for other classes, but for spell shot, I mean, it's just if you're ambidextrous. But that's when you'd want it the most. Okay, what should I be going for? Because this is, let's go ahead and say, far from an ideal build. It was literally after I sold all my, like, tons of random stuff, built a build. And here it is. So, ring-wise, this one's probably alright, because it increases, it, like, doubles the effect if my ward is not full, and my ward is basically never filled. And this one is fine. Guess this is just something that I had statted, and whenever I cast a spell, it does a frost rune. It's okay, just has stats. And by that I mean just has a highest capacity. I need a good armor, because this one's not. This one has magic efficiency and cooldown. And companion related stuff. So we're gonna go with armor. Armor and Amy. Aight. Spell shot power means spell weaving stacks, which means better damage. Aight. Let's go for it. That one sounded. Ooh. Have you done the new bosses? I don't know. I've found the healing mushroom. If that's the new boss. Chaotic Lich's Calamity, Graveborn Spell Shot. Clawbringer Spell Shot, ability damage, gun damage, companion. All companion damage is converted into poison damage. Oh. Spell Shot, Graveborn.
What will fill my enemies' hearts with the most dread?
Spell Shot, Berserker. Spell Shot, Grave. All right.
To bring the arcane pain.
There are 3, a rock dude, poison dragon thing, and you haven't gotten the 3rd. Then I do not know.
Can I help you with anything? Now to resell it online. The trade is made.
Can't wait to barbecue some bastards.
Bye-bye. For now.
Oh, that. Sorry, I think they added in some new bosses. Oh, I've done the raid bosses. If you do all 3 of them in one go, then you go for a 4th boss.
I've got all the magic I need.
Okie dokie. Fuck it, I'll just deposit.
There's a burning little bugger.
510 after all the STU upgrades for the bank. Dope.
Oi! Thanks for that.
I need money. So, use lost loot thing, sell things. Get money. Alright.
Come on, have some fun.
So, that went well. I am out of a drink, so I'm gonna go get one. So y'all chillax for a minute. And how am I with words? Let me see. How am I with what that was? I got a thingy. The thingy on the YouTube. I don't have a great YouTube. I don't have build videos or things. It's mostly my VODs. And some funny clips. But I have a little compilation I just put in there. That I'm very happy about how it turned out. So y'all should take a look at it while I'm gone. It's a compilation of me being absolutely terrified of random things. So, I'll be right back. Y'all chillax. Click on that link. Go give it a watch. You know, I'm not going to be here for the next few minutes anyways. I'll be back shortly. Bye.
The spoils of war.
Okay, I'm back. Clip was hilarious. You liked it? I'm glad. Know what that means? What? We need more horror games? I'm down. I don't know about Phasmophobia. It is too intense for me. Man. Okay, on a side note, for those of you who didn't click it, I realized I just went invisible. How am I with horror games? All right. We're all gonna watch it together because I deem it so. If you already watched it, congratulations. You get to watch it again. How am I with horror games? All right. I'd say pretty okay. I'm not gonna like this. I'm not gonna like this at all. Sorry, there's a lot of buffering, so I'm gonna refuse that. But you get the idea. It's funny. Sorry, and it should have been better, but I can't. Apparently, I can't stream and watch it all at the same time. Too much for my internet. But anywho. I'm really happy about it. I'm very proud. I yeeted those headphones off? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Okay. But I do want to say thank you to all those who make good clips and whatnot of my content, because I'm kind of busy typically playing at the point in time, so I can't really make them. But y'all make amazing clips so often. Some of them are just weird, me saying like a random thing or like literally me not saying anything, and there's like a clip of it for like 15 seconds. I don't understand why I got clipped, but I digress. General premise, dope. Anywho, we need to do more. I don't understand why extended runs aren't an increase in crystals. I mean, I understand there's more rooms, so you get more, but on a side note. Let's hold it extended. The Phasmo troll of yours is the best thing you could have done. Or that, oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, for clip purposes, yes, it was great. For my sanity purposes, nope. You're a meanie butt.
I blame you for trying. Can't bring spells no more.
Damn you, spicy water.
Fully stopped. Can't wait to throw some spells. Forgotten before they hit the ground.
Content, baby! I'm gonna go with Healing Vengeance, mostly because it's bothersome for me to actually hit the little buff buddies. Sleeping Hound, hi, how's it going?
At least you're some use.
Up.
Well done, my lovely. Fresh drop of cow insecure.
No!
I made a meaner stuff than that.
I can't die.
Spell slots are ready. All out the oven. Fought like rubbish. Died nicely though.
Another
Man,
traveler seeks
this
refuge.
is so much different. Went from like every day is a struggle to like, yay! Happy times! Murder tested. What's for lunch? No idea. Tupac is daddy, thank you for your follow, by the way, and welcome, welcome.
You won't be needing that. Still time to run the other way.
Feed. Feed.
Bells are up. To the brave. I'll take that.
Okay. Buff.
That's for making me look.
So, question, with this build, should I even really bother casting my second spell? The whatever it is? Or is it just more important just to not really? Because I was feeling like it's really not important for me to cast it. Slash, even maybe a detriment when I do. It takes the element of whatever the last spell was, so as long as I keep only using my Buffmeister, which is dark magic. Sorry. Which is dark magic, it will keep up on dark magic. Stay back. Stay back is the one that has tethers, which sucks. Correct? It's the one where it has the elemental beam, which is no fun. Awesome. The other one.
Send a corpse to do a killer's job.
So, for whatever reason, they don't actually put on the,
Now that's the good stuff.
oh, maybe there isn't. Alan, hello. How's my day going? It's going a lot better now that chat has shown me the glory that is, whatever the spell slinginess is.
I would run if I
I was a bit of a rage cage earlier, but all is better now. Trapped hearts. What's trapped hearts do? Because I've already got the one where the hearts, like, come out and they heal things. Spinny trapped. Why was that trapped hearts? I feel like it shouldn't be.
like the collection.
But I feel like I'm fine with it. Nothing screams Destructo spinners like trapped hearts. Usually they're pretty decent about those kinds of, I don't know, inane puns.
Rolling fresh. I've got all the magic I need. Could a cat have done that? I think not.
Crossbolt generator of the navigator. I like barely pay attention to any of the weapons, so I unfortunately I don't even know what part of that is the spell or is the actual weapon name. I guess it's the crossbolt generator. In my head, it could be the navigator or the generator. Sethis, hey! Good morning, good morning. How are you doing today?
Let's see how you handle it.
How's Tina's? It started off anger, as the patch, kind of made my barely viable build no longer viable. So I swapped to, I was Clawbringer and Spore Warden. Now I am swapped over to Spell Shot with Ambihextress and doing the Buffmeister shenanigans, as it were. So I'm actually murdering things super quick, quite faster than I've ever murdered things in this game before. So I am now much happier. You know, murder is my happy place. Don't take
Another
that out.
traveler seeks refuge.
Nizzy Nick, thank you for your follow and welcome. But yeah. This game is built for murder. Yes. The claw nerf was just unkind. I mean, it's already the weakest class. Again, obviously, it can still function. But when I was wanting to do heavy into claw, like all the way to Storm Smite, again, Storm Smite unfortunately is like the worst capstone because of the cooldown here. It's unnecessary. But then they also fixed awe. If they fixed awe and then it dealt, the class deals less damage, it's a nerf to the class, inadvertently or no. So they should have adjusted the numbers to put it back up to par. Personal opinion. I don't feel like that's a hot take. I feel like that's a pretty reasonable take. But yeah, I saw you were playing this the other day. How are you enjoying it? What class did you go with? And have you started in-game yet, or what?
Ready to bring the arcane pain? Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Perfection. You're brand new. Let's see. No problem with Borderlands games. Just gotta say they look crazy fun. Oh, they are very, very fun. And if the humor doesn't, if you like the humor, then all is well. I think I've just met some folks who don't like the humor. I'm like, really? That's surprising. I really enjoy it. Okay, so you like it. Your only misgiving is that you can't play it for long periods of time. You get a headache with all this, the stuff. Understandable. There's a lot of particle effects going on. A lot of bright colors. You're also brand new to the Borderlands series, so you haven't played any of the others. Well, this one is a bit of an oddity for it, but if you'll ask anyone in the Borderlands community, one, we're very nice. But two, we love Tiny Tina. The tiny version of Tiny Tina. In Borderlands 3 she grew up some, not as a fan. But she's adorable. If you have any questions, feel free to always pop in here and ask, or if I go over and see you.
How shall I become deadlier next?
But Borderlands 2 is probably what everyone considers the best as far as Borderlands story-wise. The gameplay hasn't aged so great, in my personal opinion. But it's really good. So I'm glad. I was so shocked. I was like looking for someone to raid for
Another
Elden Ring
traveler
last
seeks
week,
refuge.
and I saw you were playing Wonderlands. I'm like, what world is this? It's like opposite of what I normally see. Ghost Hardware, thank you for your follow and welcome. Roguelite I don't want to do because it's auto death on dying. So we're gonna go with Break It Up. You want this to be its own franchise, like Tiny Teen? You like more Tiny Tina games? We need them. Well, my guess is as long as this does well, Tiny Tina can host a variety of campaigns. That's the great thing about D&D. You can always set up a new campaign. It can be completely different. Everything, even different worlds. So I mean, technically everyone likes Butt Stallion. I understand that. But it could even be in a place where Butt Stallion is the queen, but has some other thing. Because once a world, thing is more or less done, you can do whatever. The only problem with that I have with the game so at this point is things Gearbox is choosing to do more so than anything else. So their choice to do nerfs instead of buffs, not my favorite. Because I know I've mentioned before, I was a avid, Dota player before in high school. And one thing that was particularly awesome about Dota is everyone is OP. Everything is OP. So when everything is on the same scale of badassery, there's all that to contend with. Now, granted, that's a PvP game, but I still feel like one of the things I love about this is, I get to be super badass. Literally in Borderlands 3, the extra, or in all the Borderlands stuff, it's you get badass ranks. You know, because you're a badass. Are you, though? I mean, no. Not after these nerfs. Yuck, 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 yuck. Nerfing is the only way to fix stuff. You know, bring, if it's a PvE game, everyone should be buffed in your opinion, right? Feeling OP in a game is nice, right? You feel like liquid cooling was used too much, or other pistols. Drop them down, but buff up things. I don't want to be relegated to basically only using one gun. I got 4 gun slots. Do I play mouse and keyboard? Yes. I play keyboard and mouse on this, on Elden Ring, basically anything I play, except for maybe Hades. Hades is really the only thing that I stray away and go onto a controller. Instead of nerfing the meta, boost the other stuff, or minorly nerf the meta. Thank you. Minorly nerf the meta and then go on to buff other things, if you must. If you feel like you have to, you have to. Which I don't understand.
Fuel for the fire.
Lunar Geo, thank you very, very much for gifting out a subs. 2 subs. One over to James and such, and one over to DeHaze. I hope you guys enjoy your emote sub badge and ad-free content. And thank Luna over here for their generosity. Barrel.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same.
The symbols in the portals, you can't always tell what they are. Sure, we'll go with Frozen Vengeance. That's the little ice ball thing that spins around. I don't know, though. I kind of don't want to do that. I think it'll make me go down more than I want to. If they nerfed whatever it is by 20 to 30%, it would take a hit, but generally be acceptable one. But 60%, it's run into the ground. I agree. You gave me a follow on YouTube. Thank you. The changes should have been in a patch, not a hotfix. That's the strangest thing. Why did they do it in a hotfix instead of a patch? Like the things I read on the hotfix, it doesn't make any sense for it to be a hotfix. That was patch. It was what, yesterday? So it was, or was it the day before? It was the day before yesterday. It was Thursday. But they do normal things on, like, could have left it. I don't know, man. They make such weird decisions. The one with the pony is always the one with Butt Stallion, by the by. If you have difficulties with what they are. The one with the pony is always the one that's Butt Stallion, which always gives you some sort of stat buff. Or rather, skill buff to one of the skills you have. This one, it's a fancy chest, is always the one that gives the big die in the center that gives you more crystals. The one that just looks like a golden chest, that one is loot. The one that looks like it has a giant dragon head thing on it is the one where the dragon guy that was just here has the 2 crystals and are like, hey, what do you want? By the way. Meanwhile, they could prioritize the dumpster fire. That is the UI in this game. Yeah, I agree. Hopefully that will be fixed in this next patch because it is bothersome. No problem. Ben, I asked the exact same question because I was like, I don't understand this.
He's stupid enough to mess with me. Thanks for the reload.
The UI in this game is trash. You hate to say it, but holy shit. Don't hate to say it. The truth is the truth. The UI in this game is trash. And I'm not saying that the UI in the other games is particularly great. But this one in particular is really, really quite bad. Like, not only that, so I don't know if you've noticed at this number next to my loot luck, very well, is probably not my loot luck number. It could be upper, could be lower. I don't know. Well, I think it's just, it could potentially be higher. But there's all these things where this isn't displayed correctly. Going through and trying to favorite or not favorite things is bugged. Sometimes in your inventory or chest, like just the picture won't be there. I just went into my loot stash and sorting by type. Sure, it sorts guns first, then melee, then blah blah blah. But it doesn't sort pistols first, then SMGs, then ARs, then sniper rifles, like it used to. It used to do that in 3. And it's running on the same damn engine. You figure they could manage that.
Out!
Yeah, sorting things by type, just random order. Sort things by rarity? Who knows? Also, controller times. This damage is great. Oh yeah. And I went from like basically not being able to kill basic mobs, let alone the elite versions, just earlier today. You think they would have addressed the UI in a hotfix? No, you gotta let it simmer. They had to make sure those guns got nerfed. The information for hero points, whatever it says, keeps disappearing. That is correct. They also changed up the map compared to 3. Agreed. It's worse. And I'm not saying Borderlands 3 had a good map to begin with. So, in late game, all is just loot grind, you assume, just like the other games? Yeah. Essentially, that is true. Loot grind for best in slot gear so that you can have the prettiest and most amazing character that you want, to then go kill and farm more for your other characters. If you're not already, I recommend, if you care at all, if you see yourself doing late game shenanigans, you will want to collect the loot dice, the pages, the marbles. Blah. There are some secret bosses in this thing. I'm not doing them because I'm just trying to get faster, but I say as I'm pausing, but whatever. That'll give you these extra stats. Specifically, the loot luck one is important because your legendary drop rate is dependent upon it. Can't say you're a huge fan of the tabletop thingy as well. Feels like there's, it's there to add more loading screens. No immersion. I mean, as far as it goes, tabletop-wise, it's fairly accurate.
Just like magic, back on the menu.
So I kind of really dig the overworld. I will say that the loading into, the random fights and the loading into, the dungeony bits takes too long. It feels disconnecting if you're trying to do anything, but I do like just actually like booping about in the overworld. I did hate driving. I hated driving. God, the driving challenges? Bleh. Horrid. You ditched Claw on Graveborn and Spellshot. Makes sense. Ditch Jesus? Hey, I don't know if you should ditch them. Just kidding. Ditch, at this point, I would have gone away from Claw if I had not already, you know. If it wasn't my main class. But it is. You want more Assault on Dragon's Keep though? No driving in there. That's true, but basically they need a way to get from hub area A to hub area B. And besides portals and warping, they're like, well, what's a fun way? And big map, big ol' heads, character minis. Which I can get. We are still looking for a new suit, so we will spend our delightful cash. You're fancy. Not fancy enough. Ooh, super epic. No. Clawbringer and Spell Shot. Melee area, convert 30% of magic Fate Mage's damage to dark, and dark efficiency is up. Which one is that skill though? Boop. No, I was looking for this one. It would increase this. This one though. Spell damage. This one seems really good, by the way. Yeah. Stabbo spell. Not useful. Does Gearbox know that the average gamer can't have ability to farm for days on end for that one piece of gear? I would assume they knew. But, you know, ask you, me. Clawbringer, Stabomancer. Wow, melee. Graveborn, Spell Shot. all damage, max health, and spell damage. Ability and spell damage are increased by a percentage of melee damage. I will say this one seems good. I mean, not for this, but this one seems good. Spell shot and claw. Ooh! Amalgam. Spell damage, AoE, health, ability crit chance, unfortunately. Melee crit chance. Not great. But the most of it is good. And the things that it upticks are not stuff I'm using. So that's not great. But we'll see exactly. Okay, so it does the cooldown and then awe, which sure, that one's fine. And then it does spell cooldown rate and action cooldown. That'll be fine. What am I currently using? The current ones I'm using aren't super useful. Action skill based on ward, which doesn't matter. Increased ward, doesn't matter. Hey, I still think it's better than what I'm currently wearing, so we're gonna swap to it. Mild increase, yeah. Okay, all set.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Oops. And the fact that it doesn't stay wherever your mouse is when you sell stuff, that's probably the one that gets me the most. Like, if I end up messing up something, it's probably that. Which run is best for farming crystals? I think technically extended because there's extra rooms. And then you, I think ideally you want 4 people, and ideally you hit all of the specialty things and do all the end bosses. Then you can spend a long, long time at the bunnies. I need monies for those SDUs, so we're again doing the shenanigans. How much money do I have? 2K. And by 2K I mean 2 million. 2 million. A little different. But I have 40, shenanigans, so we'll do this one. Not helpful. Not helpful. Helpful. But these don't stack. So I redo this one.
Where will fate lead me next?
That one's fine. Dark magic increase for 5 seconds. Oh, that's so little. Still should be fine. Are there class mods that increase ability damage? You can get increased ability damage on your amulets and on your rings. And then it can be a random drop from your chest piece. So yes, but it's class mods aren't like a thing. Like it's like you know. I don't gotta explain. Damage dealt. Sure. Okay, so damage dealt, gun damage, dark magic. Let's see if... Sure? This should be better, right? It'll say it works for my main weapon and shenanigans. Dope.
Fallen fresh.
F it, love my content, take your money. Done. Let's
Enter if
go
you
again.
dare.
Extended.
But seriously, you should dare.
Thank you very much for the resub, Kool-Aid. I appreciate it.
Never a moment's peace.
Barrel.
Lived if you'd run.
Money successfully taken.
Can't
Yay.
wait to throw some spells.
Another step to being able to afford rent.
Thanks for the reload, idiot. I do love my stuff.
Ow. Bacon, hello, hello. How's it going? Out, damned dot. What's this one do? %, less dot damage. Oh no!
This should be interesting.
Never send a corpse into a killing zone. Now that's the good stuff. Idiot.
Is dot damage even that good? Nope. It takes too long to start up and maintain. Have anything. Instead, you just want damage up front. It's not unlike most. Yeah, it's not unlike most Borderlands games. You just poison guy? Sure. Oddly enough, Poison Dude's probably my favorite. I don't like Rock Guy. And I really don't like Squid Thing. Do you guys have a favorite or least favorite extra boss? Squid Thing is easy though. That's fair. Maybe I need to try him again with a build that doesn't suck ass. You know, maybe. You do the mechanics to knock him down, then you shoot the orby thing he holds, right?
I'm getting the hang of this killing business. Ready to bring the arcane pain? I'll take that.
Rock guy takes forever, right? I guess the problem with Spore guy is that he's just a pain in the ass with his like weak spots or whatever. They're all like really quick to disappear. Slash he's at the tip of his tail when he's about to hit you. The tip of his claw when he's about to hit you. So it's like they're all pretty quick moving targets that he's going to hit you with. So you're both trying to avoid them, evade them, and hit them.
Oh, you had me, did ya? I'll give you a good
But when everything was taking me forever, easiest one. Remind me again, Healing Vengeance is different than the hearts. No, that was Trap Heart or whatever. Healing Vengeance is the one where the hearts come out and heal things. Okay. I'll get them all connected. It's like I got one of those like childhood things, like the left stuff and the right stuff, and you have to draw a line to where they all match the pairs. I'm having to do that.
That's more like it. Well, that's settled, isn't it? Fully stopped.
Trapped Hearts, that's the one I keep doing. Elemental Overflow, is this puddles? Puddles on death? Or on a hit? I'm not a big fan of the puddles, but... No. Which one's this one? Elemental Immunity! Trapped Hearts it is. No thanks.
I've got all the magic I need. I'd give it all for a little more.
I'll say the wrong immunity and I'd be totally fine. Correctamundo. Therefore...
Energy sucks. Oh, I'll make a nice payday out of you.
Enemies. I wish all the enemies of the round would just like, I don't know, spawn at once or more frequent or hustle more.
boy.
Nope.
Belforts are ready. Put out the oven.
They're very sparse, spread out. Is it peg leg?
You won't be needing that.
Maybe smaller arenas? I don't know.
I never get tired of that.
Eat this. Let's see. They're probably spawning at that speed because I'm playing solo. Have I played co-op yet? No. What gun is that? Been trying to figure it out. A purple 4x4 Spriggan. I would probably have been using a liquid cooler, but instead I'm using a better gun. A purple ×4 Spriggan. A purple non-chaotic SMG. You still use a blue volatile Spriggan you got? There you go. Purples are better than legendaries. Then they're gonna nerf them? Guys, don't talk about it, okay? If you talk about it or put anything up, they're going to target it. You know it, I know it, we all know it. It's going to happen, they're going to nerf it. No! Green's going to be the new meta. Just one soul tier. You even think about the weapon. They're gonna nerf it.
Still time to run the other way.
Whoa, the destructo spinners don't count as things that you kill? Has it always been the case? In this game, yeah. I was about to say, how was it calculated in 3? The damn Cyclops won't actually, like, join me, so I can't kill him while I'm standing in this damn circle. I'm like, I'm really trying to get this modifier thing up and functional. What? Does he have a hook shot? It was a kill in 3. It was actually like a boon. I mean, it wasn't, obviously, but it was... Ow! It was boon enough. Motherfucker, stop that! I am trying.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
To be good and get this damn modifier, but no.
No one gets rid of me that easy. The spoils of war.
Load into the axe throw. Just... The spinners were a lot worse. I think all of the environmental spinners, skulls... freezy orbs. I think they were all spawned a lot more frequently, like with every enemy. Watch your step has to do with puddles or something. And I think break it up is just they get stronger if they're closer together. Watch your step is more traps. Ah. Well, I'm okay with break it up, so we'll do the harder one so we get more stuffs.
Helpful.
The invincible drones were horrible. You could never hit them.
That's for making me look. Good for what age? Could a cat have done that? I think not. Bowser up!
Yeah. Smack. Smack. I don't like to get the drones, invincible drones, with this gun, just because it's the shot is like weirdly wibbly. So I find it difficult to hit them. So it also doesn't hit on the center note. So it could be a little weird.
Oi! Thanks for that!
Check the settings in the game. Could you be more specific? Oh, yeah, no, I already changed the crosshairs to be centered or whatever. I don't remember where it is. Yeah. Centered or lowered. It's just the gun that's weird, yeah.
Looks like magic's back on the menu. Eight will be eaten.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Royale with cheese. Thank you very much for your follow and welcome, welcome. Conod, I think I missed yours earlier, but thank you very much for your follow as well.
Won't go hungry tonight.
And even, as well say, I didn't see what the side objective was. So, yay, completed it. For weapon handling, 79%, but it's just the thing. Finish before time runs out. Good. Gotta hit that. Not rogue. Nasty spill. I don't know what this is, but I'm not gonna do rogue. Nasty spill sucks. Great. But, I'll say. Okay, yeah, I know. I remember what this is. Is it on hit or on death?
Ready to
I think it's death. Ow. It's not on death, it's on bar depletion. So if an enemy has 3 bars, you get it 3 times. Oof. Luckily, if you die after an encounter is over, it doesn't decrease your counter.
Ah, refreshing.
So, huzzah! Why are they so obsessed with modifiers? Seems unnecessary. I mean, it is, but... I really like it, though. I just was expecting them to at least do some different ones.
That's more like it. More of you, is it? Won't be enough. Another notch and not a coin to show for it. I'll take that.
Yay. Let's see. Wish they weren't the same mayhem modifiers we knew because there was already
The
consensus that the
dark
community
grows
hated them.
stronger.
Wee bit. Un peu. Let's see. Maitreya, thank you for your follow and welcome, welcome. How are you? You could just not take them. No? I mean, you can't not take them. If you hate both, you have to choose one. You could choose to forego doing any of them. But... I mean, except for the first one. Because you have to take the one. Because it's the first one you get on every single dungeon you do. You get one modifier at least. Does Butt Stallion's +1 to skills buff do anything for dual wielding magic? It just buffs one of your skills. So it would, you know, if it gives you one, it could buff one to here, one to here, one to here. It doesn't buff like all. Sometimes it's a +3 buff, so it buffs 3 on 1. Problem is UI is shit and doesn't tell you what got buffed. It does, as long as you have the capabilities of getting it. If you go to Butt Stallion, and let's say for instance right now, I have most of my stuff visible. So I have to know what my chest piece gives. So like I know my chest piece gives into the oath and into... so it gives into here and here. So this must be something I got from Butt Stallion. But if Butt Stallion gave like extra points to any of these, I wouldn't know she gave them. If you look at it, it's not there. If you like... Yours never shows up. It should. It is random. Is it off? No, it says 2 more points to unlock it. So I'd have to get 2 more points to unlock the ability. And then 7 more to unlock. I think I've only went to Butt Stallion once, and I think it's into here, because my armor gives 1 into awe. Sorry. So Butt Stallion gave me 1 into here, and then something is giving me more into here. So I think Butt Stallion. Sorry, I do have a point in awe from my armor. Weapon looks sick. Hell yeah. Rocky, good morning, by the way, or afternoon, whatever. But yeah, it can be difficult to tell, like, what Butt Stallion has buffed. Oh, I forgot, can't hit him at the very beginning.
All that going for you. Now that's the good stuff. How's that for an active return?
She doesn't boost... She will boost skills you haven't picked? Oh shit. Well, say, I wasn't sure. I thought she wouldn't pick skills that you hadn't already had points in. Chaotic legendary gun stabomancer with loot and gun handling. When you melee, you have a chance to reload your guns. Is it any good? Fuck if I know. You guys tell me. Boop. Boop. Vexel, hi. You can tell what skills you have buffed because it says current rank. Oh, I see what you meant. I didn't understand what you were talking about before, but I do now. For the ones that, okay. As a general premise, if you don't know whether or not you have skills, if it has the two instances, current effects and next rank, that means you have some stats in it. If it doesn't, if it just says next rank, then you don't have any stats within it. So, yeah, if you forget for whatever reason and it's past the point where you can actually see the numbers, that's what it meant. That's what you were talking about. That's a good tip, though, because I had no real idea.
We're not talking, are we? There's Jenny here.
I've got all the magic I need.
It's hard. It's worse than it's blood.
This will be over before you can regret it.
So, I got a bit of a problem. And that's that I didn't realize how much I love my small shroom that was so helpful.
More coming. More!
What shall I meet death out with next?
Oh, it's supposed to be a tough boss. Last time I just kind of brute forced it for like 4 hours. This time I'm a little bit more delicate, but I actually deal more damage. Ow, really? Okay.
Fine. Survived or whatever. Just take some shiny stuff and go.
Is the red portal the secret boss one? Yee. You get a bit reckless with the mushroom companion. Love love them. Body rune. Meh. Have you guys seen Taser build? Body rune is something I should use. I need the survivability bad. No. So I should use this body rune. It just feels so lackluster. I mean, like, I get it. I guess the extra... How long is the short duration? Extra 20% damage. I just feel like I'm gonna be going, like, dying a lot more frequent. Can I get a better one? Can I get something that has, like, prefix, suffix kind of shenanigans? So we got this, which I'd say is a solid enough chest piece to go on to a different, I don't know, something I need. Should I you've seen some chaotic body runes that are closer to like 6k ward. Gotcha. Should I go for armor pieces, hoping for a better one, or should I just use that one and go for rings, ammies? What do you guys think? Amulet? I'll say, because this ain't doing much. Very little. You've yet to get one. Amulet for sure? Okay. Okay. Let's get Dame a necklace. Fanciful. Spore Warden. Okay, so far, so bold. Poison? I can get when health below 50%, summon a skeep.
You won't be needing that.
Then you go for a different melee to get a goblin pickaxe. Should I swap midway through this? Is this okay enough? What does the skeep do? The skeep is like a sheep. but a skag, and you kill it. It's there in case you die. We'll keep going. Just dusk. Hey, saw my topic and was like, damn, me too. Well, thankfully I do have, I've seen the light. Ooh. I've seen the light, and the answer to your problem is probably, it's probably the same as this one. Go for spell go with spell shot, ambidextrousness, and have a buffmeister in your right hand, and suddenly you do tons of damage. Elemental damage. Ooh, 30% loot luck. You get Brad luck, which applies to random bad effects. So I should just put this on when I'm in this room. Right? Oh no, the Brad luck. Put it on before entering the room. Okay. Works for me. Okay, another spell shot, but it's got that, absolutely useless bottom part. Is it better than Chad luck? Nah, Chad luck is way higher. Oh, guys! Oh my lord! 58% bonus stats effect chance?
Refuge.
I don't know if I can ignore that one. Pancake Panda, thank you very much for your follow and welcome, welcome.
Can't wait to barbecue some bastards.
I shall melt this down to spell components. Take this money at once. I'll take it and not for a
Reminds you of artifact farming when it was good skill but bad passives. Oh yeah. Ah, this is my first deathless, I think, I found. Okay, so the general consensus is that this body rune is better than my mind rune. So, I'ma swap it. and put a passive on it. So, wish me luck, folks. Perfect. Well, I mean, it would be, but I already have it on this barrel maker, but I'm more likely to replace the barrel maker, I think, than I am to replace this, so I'm gonna re-roll on the barrel maker one, I guess. Since I can't have the passive stack. So I need to have something else that has on cast that's not gun damage, flat damage, and dark magic. Dark magic, or the barrel maker has to go, you need more damage. I haven't found one yet, so here's hoping I will find one soon enough. So, no. Nope. I wish it did do that. Nope. Nope. Can stack as long as the percentage is different. Yeah, but the percentage is not different. Melee damage. Close, but no cigar. I mean, I'm gonna accept it. Just... And... No. Clawbringer. Stab out. And I'm out of points. Nerfs in games suck, just makes things more powerful. I'm perfectly fine with things being nerfed. I just need for there to be some, like... I don't want to just see flat nerfs, I want some balance of stuff. So you're gonna, like, nerf, you know, a large chunk of the major weapons that people use. They're gonna have to find something else. Why don't you point them towards all these newly buffed things? Like, no one's really using snipers, ARs, launchers, shotguns. That's 4 major things you could improve upon. And it's a hotfix. If you make basically, oh, well, we're gonna double the damage that shotguns deal. Shotguns are great. Oh, but well, we're gonna nerf it like next week. Like, at least it gives people like a thing to do, some stuff to farm. They buffed shotguns, but it wasn't enough. I thought they buffed snipers. Like, they buffed snipers by like 20%, and it was like nothing. Which is unfortunate. 2 8s. Sorry, I'm looking at my amount of money. I think I can get 1. If I get to 3. So let's pick up all these and sell it. Karma, oh hi. Hello, hello, how are you doing, Karma? They just buffed poison SMGs as well. Yeah. I'm under the impression it's not enough to make poison SMGs. Like, I mean, I tried it out. It killed more things than it did before. But it's still leaving me a little under happy. Not gonna say unhappy, just, you know, maybe not so as happy as it could. Good, just snacks and food. How you living? I'm doing great. For those of you who want more amazing content, click that link. More good Wonderlands karma there. Good Wonderlands karma there? Dear Lord. Words. Content. Good content from karma. Happy birthday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Karma. Boo boo boo. I don't have any like birthday wishes, but like sound effects or anything. But happy birthday. I hope it is a fantastic one. They never fix snipers in 3, so who knows if they'll ever buff them enough in this game. My favorite gun in Borderlands 3 was a sniper. That Sandhawk. Starting off pretty great. You got a free Jamba Juice. Dope. You gonna go around and hit all the places that you get free stuff? I know some, I had a friend who would always do that. They'd just like boop around. They made a day of it. Instead of having like a party or whatnot, they just made a day. People would potentially join them. Snipers feel solid in this game now. Okay. I haven't tried them because I haven't really been keeping them. What would you recommend for a sniper? If I'm like, you can't change my mind, harumph. What sniper would you recommend? Be like, well, have you tried blah? I'll be on the lookout for it. Pistol gang? Look, I'm all about this ×4 spriggin'. Not chaotic, not vault, just a spriggin'. Snipers are trash still, except for that one sniper. You know which one? Which one is it? The Carouser is nice. Even the used great bow is fun. The used great bow I enjoyed. During my actual like playing of the game.
Come on, have some fun. Enter the Chaos Die.
Hello, you used antique great bow.
Can't wait to throw some spells. Come on then, let's get this over with. I can get used to this.
I'll keep an eye out for the great bow, antique / used, and the carouser. Then, searing tether. Which one's searing tether? Cause there's a different one that's like keep back. That's the one where you're tethered, and it hurts you. You're really liking the auto magic? Enemies link between each other. I've heard about the auto magic. Haven't used it. Is it horrible? You got 6 yesterday. Oh, I don't know. We'll see how
It's
horrible
your
it is.
funeral.
My Stan, hi.
I do love my stuff. Ready to bring the arcane pain? Won't go hungry tonight. I'll take that.
There you are. Give me more options. It's been fun. Hope a great rest of the stream. You gotta go. Okay, well, thank you very much for stopping by. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day.
Now that's the good stuff.
Or
Was wondering
Feed.
when more of you'd turn up.
I care like way more about feeding this thing.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same.
I like don't even pay attention how long's on the clock. And it's like, oh, it's already got 45 seconds. I only have like 2 more enemies to kill. I should make sure to feed it. Elemental Overflow was the immunity one, so fuck that noise, and we're gonna go with Encroaching Darkness.
At least you're some use.
Sorry, I just realized I could get stacks by doing this, and and fill up my my bar. Are you running the Pixel build? Greyborn. Oh, Pixie build. Greyborn, Spore Warden can also solo Chaos in about 25 minutes. Optimized. You're happy with it? Well, hell yeah. Oh, it's not completely optimized, but you're happy with it. Well, hell yeah. I'm glad you are. I'm still working on this. I didn't have an optimized build beforehand, but it was like working because the liquid cooler was just so good. Now, liquid cooler, not so good. So I'm having to you know, change things up. So far, since the change, I'm having a delightful time because this is just murdering things beautifully. And if there's anything I really want from a Borderlands game, it is absolute chaos and destruction. I truly love it. Makes me feel pretty.
The fearsome dragon returns, eh? Eat or be eaten. Eat it. Ready to cast. What shall I
Okay,
do?
so I really should maybe. Brock, is that the clip where I said, don't take this out of context? About my love of murder? Did you hear the part where I said, don't take it out of context?
There's a burning little bugger. Who's a good boy? You knew what this was.
Let's see, you haven't played this yet? You've played 1 and 2. Gotcha. Royale, mostly play, ESO, and Deathloop. Gotcha. Well, this is pretty damn fun. I guess I must admit. And if you like, you know, the game, and you decide to procure it for yourself, you know, no pressure or anything, but if you wanna use my link, you know, exclamation point Wonderlands or TTWL, I do get compensated. I get some dollary dues. You know. But, as far as it goes, the game's pretty fun. If you haven't played 3, it'll feel really different from what you've experienced in 2. But that's kind of that.
Looks like magic. I've got vengeance on my mind. Looking for trouble. You found
Bonk, 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 bum, bum. ESO's got an anniversary going on, double XP and loot. Gotcha. Yeah, I've never really been a big fan of MMOs. I took a pretty hard dive and played Lost Ark.
Incinerate some bad guys, are ya?
Pretty solidly for about a month and a half, maybe. And then it felt like work and I stopped playing. How do I think Wonderlands stacks up against the other 4 Borderlands game? I'd say probably humor is top tier. I don't know, maybe second to humor of the Borderlands 2. I really enjoy it.
I'd give it all for a little more.
Then gameplay wise, it still has growing to do. It needs work. It's difficult for me to compare it to, you know, the already like games that have been out for so long, and I have to like think back to how Borderlands 3 was, you know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks after release. It's a little different. It's a little difficult. But it has a good structure, I think. You were never a fan of Borderlands 3? That's perfectly fine. I really enjoyed it. The story wasn't like the best that they've ever put out, and the humor wasn't the best that they've ever had, but the gameplay, the actual gunplay, was decent in my opinion. As well, say I'm on the same opinion, Brock. I feel like this game has great bones, and I feel like it has the potential to be the best of the series. It just has to be handled better, like balancing and replayability are areas that need some work. You don't feel like they supported the game the same as the others? They didn't. I think at the others, a lot of updates more or less stopped after 2 years, so it's not that strange. Borderlands 3 on PC was great. Oh, yeah, I played it on PC. I can't comment on anything else besides PC,
Wonder what
because
my
that's my
friends
only
are up to.
viewpoint.
No, he's dead. Oh, how about... she's dead too.
I think one thing that's harming my replayability is, oddly enough, that it's not set characters. I'm about to get up and get myself a beverage, but I think oddly enough it's the fact that it's not set characters, so I'm not super intrigued on what other characters' dialogue options are, which really got me through a lot of replaying through the story on something like the pre-sequel, especially the pre-sequel, since it had specialized lines per character. Like, that was amazing. I loved it. So the replayability in that is I think one reason why I'm having issues, because I can't just do it based on like my love of the character voices, because they never speak unless it's just idle chatter. The voice lines are great depending on what you pick. The main character talks a lot less. Like, they don't respond to situations, they just idle chatter. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. I personally think it would have been really awesome if they had done specialized voices for each class. You know, let's say they like specialized classes, voice lines, and you can choose Gallant A, Gallant B, Clever A, Clever B. But if you're playing Sporemancer, like, you can choose Sporemancer as an option, and it has specific dialogue during the thing. Maybe that would be too much. I don't know. But I think it would have been a cool addition. And I'm not saying voice acting is inexpensive, but in the grand scheme of things, it's inexpensive in making a AAA title. You're not talking, I mean, as long as we're not talking about, already established characters. You can, like, if you swapped out Ashley Birch or whatever as Tiny Tina, people would be in an uproar because it's like she's the voice of Tiny Tina. You don't have a voice of whoever in this. You're brand new characters. So it just would have been dope. Okay. I will be right back. Y'all chillax. And what did I think of Izzy versus Moxie? Moxie all the way. Izzy could have been pretty awesome,
Another
but they gave her
traveler seeks
basically no
refuge.
personality. Except Minnesota? A Minnesota accent? I mean, I think she's cute and stuff, but you basically don't have any, like, personality, interaction, anything. All she knows, all I know about her is that she's got a heavy Minnesota type accent, vaguely shadowing booze with soda, and she understands that she is a miniature character in a thing, so she can break the fourth wall. That's what I know. Anywho, Cold Rider, thank you for your follow and welcome. I'll be back shortly. If you haven't already watched my funny little compilation of me being spooked out of my mind, there you go. I'll be back shortly, so, you just go ahead and click it, watch it. Maybe sub to my YouTube, which really, it doesn't update with, like, anything super duper cool, just all my VODs. And funny clips, which makes it super cool, right? Right. Okay, I'm, like, shamelessly plugging it now, I guess. Anywho, I'll be back shortly. See you soon. Okay, I'm gonna be again right back in just like another minute. Y'all chillax some more. I'm gonna put some rice in my rice cooker, so it'll be done in like an hour or something. One sec. Also, if you don't already have a rice cooker, totally get a rice cooker. They're super, super handy. Okay. Blah. I think I had like a droplet of water or something that was like connecting my eyelashes together. Or I still do. Go on. Stop being. I'm still here. I promise. I'm just. I don't see anything. Okay. I feel something though. Okay.
Let's see. He's dead. She's dead. He's dead.
Get an Instant Pot too. Those things
This
are
is
great.
the trouble with friends. The only fun ones always get
They have an air
themselves
fryer
killed.
built in. Some versions. See, I already have a rice cooker and an air fryer. So like, I'm like very tempted by an Instant Pot. But, and a slow cooker. And like, I don't use any of them enough to justify getting rid of the 3, you know, or so things that like make up the air fryer. Or yeah. Do you guys have a favorite kitchen gadget? And if so, what is it?
That's more like it.
Good old air fryer is all you need. Also all you have. Shiny. Bad egg. Healing vengeance is fine.
Let's get cooking, little cinder.
Let's see. Crockpot and an electric skillet. You can do amazing things with them. KitchenAid stand mixer. Solid choice. I don't do enough. I was gonna put it on my registry, but I did not. Because I don't know where I would... I legitimately do not know where I would put it right now if I had one. Because I do not use it. Or anything. I don't cook so much. It's a little unfortunate. But, in my defense, my mother is an absolutely fantastic, amazing cook. Just out of this world. So I just like I never wanted to join in on the kitchen because like Ma was doing it great. And over the years, she's gone to like more cooking classes and like and she went to a dedicated like pie class. I don't mean like a one-time class about how to make pies. I mean like a week-long pie seminar about different fillings and doughs and types and shenanigans. I don't fucking know. A lot of stuff about pie. And now I get to eat more pie. So, it's all good. Whenever I go see my ma.
Still time to run the other way.
You want to get yourself a stand mixer? Want to start cooking and baking more? Dope. The nice thing about Crockpot is you can just start it before you leave for work when you get home. Dinner. Very true. But I like work at
Bring
home.
me arcane pain.
So your mom taught you cooking and baking at age 10? My mom kept trying. I was just...
The spoils of war.
I guess I was a stubborn kid. Very different from how I am right now. Definitely not a stubborn adult. So, yeah. I dragged my feet and wasn't very helpful, so Ma needed to cook, so I just got kicked out of the kitchen. What?
How's that for an active reload?
You took home ec in junior high? There was no home ec in any school I went to.
I would run if I were you.
No home ec, no shop class.
Ready to go. You won't be needing that. At least you're something.
Where are you at?
Shadows move.
Ow.
Dying ain't my
The
style.
dark grows stronger.
Cheap shot.
Chat Noir, thank you very much for your follow and welcome, welcome. Could learn from your grandma, matter survival as the eldest. Both folks worked. Yeah, my mom worked
Spells lots are
away
ready.
from
Pour out the
us. So she would frequently, like, do chili, spaghetti sauce. Like she'd make a dish that would then be cooked later throughout the week. She worked in a different city for, I guess, since I was like 7 till I was 15. She was home about 2 days a week. Anytime she wasn't cooking, it was burgers, or like ham steak and mac and cheese with Sister Schubert rolls, or we like grabbed like something from like a local barbecue place. Chili, nice. I remember once Dad got some spaghetti sauce and did spaghetti, but he didn't get spaghetti sauce out of the freezer. He grabbed chili, and it was he just grabbed the wrong one. It was like written on the top or whatever. He just didn't pay attention. So we had chili over noodles. Good times. You were hungry, so you learned how to cook. That's reasonable. I'm trying to determine if this is, like, all right or not. Choodles. Who does the cooking in my home? We split it. We cook together since neither of us particularly care for the task. We do it together. Even if one of us is doing most of, like, we'll both do, like, prep stuff. But even if, like, I'm typically more likely to be in charge of, like, cooking, like, any meat. Whatever reason. So if we're doing steaks or whatnot, there's that. But that's different if we're doing like something more fanciful, like sous vide. He really likes doing like the sous vide and then butter basting and all that shenanigans. Was it real chili or what we call it here in Cincinnati chili? I have no idea what you call chili in Cincinnati. You feeling those all nerfs? I felt the nerfs. So I changed my entire build, so instead of Clawbringer Spore, I'm now Spell Shot. So I completely changed because I wasn't dealing any damage. I don't know about Skyline. What do you mean? When you say you don't cook much, does it mean you don't cook from scratch or don't cook, don't do much cooking in general? Bit of column A, bit of column B. So, like, if we make curry, we don't make, like, the sauce from scratch. Not so much. We don't make our own tomato sauce or Alfredo or anything like that. So, that comes from a jar or pre-made, cause yeah, probably could do it, but but at the moment we're not doing too much cooking in general, but it's because we're needing to eat different things from one another. My delightful spouse is trying to lose some weight, whereas I don't. I'm not trying to. So I'm more or less still eating what I want. So we're just having to do different shenanigans. It's a fake version of chili they made in Cincinnati. It's canned chili over spaghetti. No. I mean, my mom's spaghetti. It's quite. I like it. So it's ground beef, some like crushed tomatoes, onions, garlic, and then like the typical, I don't know, Italian type spices. Not the mix, but whatever. I've never made it, so I can't tell you what it's all in there. It's generally speaking pretty thick. It's just what I grew up with. I don't know. But the chili is honestly fairly close, but it adds in different spices, completely more like crushed tomatoes versus like diced tomatoes. Anywho.
Quite the collection.
Without giving anything away, how do I feel about the story ending? Cute. I think it's cute. Lovely pasta is always nice. Yes. I enjoy it. I'm not Italian, so there's no shame in my family for not being quite authentic. That's how I grew up to be so thick? Skeld. Note, if you don't know, I'm in Alabama, so just for a random group of confident, or not confidence, but context. Oh, damn it, I forgot the amulet. I forgot to bring it along, and then I forgot to equip it. So, well, even if I had remembered that existed. Okay, should I still be doing amulets? Because I think this one is just mediocre at best, so we'll try out for a different one. Depends on whether you're talking North or South Italy. I have no idea. So Very different cuisine. Gotcha. I'd like to go to Italy. I really like statues. Ooh, got a fanciful one. Oh, did I pick up the fanciful one? Did I not notice? Oh, I did. Well, I'm here. Graveborn. Me. Berserker. Graveborn. Berserker. Spell shot Frost. Mag size. I guess Frost is better. Been to Venice? No. I'd love to. Upgrade. Stabbo. Graveborn. Berserker. Claw. Split. Claw and gun. Okay. Just trying to look for the purple chaotic-y one. Oh, never mind. I'm done. Clawbringer. Power.
I cast level 5 commerce. I'll take it, and not for a copper more. I thank you. If you're
Rumpy Pumpy of Timeliness.
now to resell it online.
Can't wait to barbecue some bastards.
Money is no object. Yes, give me your trash, you fool. Money! Take this money at once. If you're
It has a lot of power when used with spell shot. Okay, so I've got enough to upgrade my thing. Bank. So I'll be doing that. I was just like, it smells like something is cooking. What could be cooking right now? And the answer is the rice I put on. Yay, rice. I got some leftover pork tenderloin from my folks. They went out of town. So now I got a note from my mom. It was like, hey, raid the fridge. Anything you don't eat, it'll get thrown out. I'm like, done. So free food, which includes like an entire thing of pork tenderloin, and I'm very excited. What is volatile? Volatile is the highest rarity of a thing that can drop. So more or less when you're going through Chaos 20, let's call it, you can have a regular item that drops. Say, for instance, this liquid cooler. It can drop as is. Wow. You can also have something that drops chaotic. That is a roughly 20% chance of happening. So it can, and what happens when it drops chaotic is it has a higher stats. Just has some increased percentage of stats. I don't know the percentage. Some amount. Volatile has about like a less than 2% chance of dropping. Somewhere between like 1.4, 1.8, I think. So I'm just going to say 2. So it's got a 2% chance of dropping. And it has even higher percentage stats. So instead of doing, you know, Chaos 1 to Chaos 20 like they did Badass ranks or whatever, or Mayhem levels, their loot thing is based off of chaotic versus volatile versus normal. Great Wormlord. If I horribly butchered that explanation, y'all feel free to correct me. But that is my current understanding as things are. So.
That's more like it.
Helps a lot. You kept hearing volatile and you were like, what the fuck is that?
There's a burning little bugger.
Reasonable enough. Alright. And I need to get that amulet. Okay, y'all try to help me remember to put on this Brad Luck. Clear? Did I get the secondary thingy? Yeah, I don't want to do the rock thing. I'll activate the blue one if I see it. Granted, it's my least favorite to actually get functioning. Oh, well, maybe it's not going to be that bad. Frozen Vengeance, not that bad.
So much to conquer.
Sure, you did mean to say Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. So did I. What else would I mean? Radio Lima Charlie. Mood unclear. Yep.
Piss off to the hereafter. Let's get casting and blasting.
I got a question. What happens with this? Well, never mind. I was gonna ask a dumb question, so I'll inform you guys of what I was going to ask. What happens with this build if you do something like, you know, put 2 Buffmeisters on? And I'm pretty sure the answer is you deal no damage because, like, one of the giant chunks of how you get your damage is that one spell just has a high damage amount.
I rescued him, but really, I feel he rescued me. I do love my stuff.
I have a question though. In the Lost Loot hierarchy, obviously legendaries would come first, then purples, blues, greens, whites. Except you can't get blue. I think you can get blues, but you can't get greens or like common items. But where do cosmetics fall now that they changed their category to yellow?
Now that's the good stuff. That's for making these cookies.
Did they drop from Lost Loot before? I don't know. I'm just going, like, I know, they dropped from Lost Loot in Borderlands 3, so again, this is an assumption that they dropped. Otherwise, it could have easily stopped it from dropping. How is my declawed bringer? I like that. Much better now that I shifted away from having a clawbringer focus. Crazy. In the item card, they're labeled as a white now? Ah. Okay, so they're... I'm gonna take that as a no. Just curious. By the way, Envoy, This is what I'm doing now instead of going into Awe and Storm Smite in Indomitable. I went into Ambihextrous, which I love the name of, by the by. Would a drink mixed with Fireball, tequila, and whiskey taste any good? Just those three things? No. Mostly spell shot? Indeed.
I'm getting the hang of this killing business. Looks like magic's back on the menu. Falling fresh.
Sounds like a rough drink. Sounds like a mistake. God, this evil eye crab is absolute menace. Dryle's Fury. Ancient Folds of Plagues. Sorry, thought you invented the WTF. The whiskey tequila fireball. Oh lord. Which two spells do I cast? I got Barrel Maker and this Buffmeister. Is my fire whiskey finished? Fire whiskey. Are you talking about the bit of shine I had? Sorry you're not around much. You're fine! Process of moving. You don't have to apologize at all. Your absence is approved. Forgiven, whatever. No worries, man. You got real life comes way before you know, whatever dame hanging out shenanigans that folks might enjoy. But Envoy, if you're missing any of the streams, they are going to be up on the YouTubes that I got. So I got VODs going up. It more or less currently encompasses my first playthrough of Wonderlands in like bite-sized chunks, and then the VODs thereafter, and then my Elden Ring again as full VODs.
Ready to incinerate some bad guys, are ya? Spell swords are ready! Hot out the oven!
You liked today's video with all the scare compilation thing? I'm really happy about that one, I gotta say. Very happy how it turned out. Didn't I have Jack Daniel's Fire? Mm-mm. That's a different Dame. Recognize the clip that you took? Well, things like that can be made more easily in the future with awesome things. With awesome viewers like you who clip fun, funny moments. Ow, my face.
This'll come in handy. Can't wait to throw some spells.
Upping my social media game? Brock and Manson must be proud? Probably not.
Blast. Ammo's gone.
It takes a lot to impress him.
You won't be needing that. The spoils of war.
Ow. So you can stand back up from you can stand back up, by the way, from killing the cold spinners, but not from the destructo spinners. You started a new. You're struggling to find motivation to play Wonderlands. You started a new spell shot character, but the dice hunting is getting you down. Meanwhile, your Spore Zerker was nerfed heavily by the hotfix. Yeah, I think a lot of people are in similar feelings. I really hope that they go ahead and do something very smart, in my opinion, which would be make the collectibles account based, not character to character based. If you completed it once, it hits a tick box, and then just applies to all your characters. Now, if they don't want people reaching that point too early, make it open up at level 40, just like Mythrank does. You know? And anything that you pick up prior to, like dice-wise, can increase your luck as it normally would. But then when you hit 40, it sees which is a higher value and then chooses the higher of the two, which would be the character that has them all. You're getting strong signals from streamers not to expect changes in the dice system. I've not inquired personally about it.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Friend for you, thank you for your follow and welcome. If they don't change the system, they are going to find that no one wants to play 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and 7th, and whatever other number of characters, which is shitty because replayability should be pretty high as far as things that they want. Even if they just do the loot dice. If they just do the loot dice. And all the rest you have to re-go and get. You know? But 260 dice on every single character that you get in order to actually be able to farm things optimally is not a smart move. I don't know about y'all, how y'all feel. But I will, if they don't ever change it, I will never be farming with any of the characters. I will see if I can put a good build on them. If I can, fantastic. But I'm not about to waste tons of my time trying to get that character to have all the dice and everything else so that I can farm efficiently. I'm just going to go to the one character that I have set up for it and do them. Because it's unfortunate, but it's... You haven't found them all yet? It's a long process. So, and I was one who, like, looked through everything during my actual playthrough, but it probably took me 4 hours, maybe 5 hours to go through and hunt them all down on a stream. You know, with a guide sitting next to me. And that was for 70. I was lacking 70 after the end of my playthrough. And it took me about, let's say, 4 hours to get 70. Along with a smattering of time trial, obelisk.
What shall I meet death out with next?
Pages, marbles. So.
It's your funeral.
Your experience may vary.
I'll fight you.
I've got all the magic I need. Well, that settles it. If you're looking for trouble, you found it. Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Yeah, managing expectations is fine enough.
Not this time.
Whoops.
Another knot and not a coin to show for it. That's more like it.
Um. People are certainly paying attention to streamers, and they should. Considering last hotfix.
I'll give you a good home.
I don't want trapped hearts.
Can't wait to
So
barbecue some
turkey.
bastards.
They definitely paid too much attention to someone when they nerfed M10 in Borderlands 3. I mean, my main thought is that they shouldn't be paying nearly as much attention to the streamers, but as a, like the average person who plays their game, honestly, whatever my random opinion or an opinion of anyone who's like major in the community, you know, I'm pretty minor as far as it goes. It should be taken with a grain of salt. Making a game easier just to suit people just doesn't sit right. I mean, I kind of enjoyed the nerf. But really, once M11 was put into place, they should have brought back old scaling. My personal opinion. For the problem I had with M10 was less M10 and more the modifiers. So when M11 was brought around, you know, ideally maybe at first, yeah, as builds got stronger, M10 was weak. I agree with that. Right off the bat, it wasn't a poor decision though. But they should have bumped it back up at a later date once things had settled.
This'll be over before you can regret it. Volley stop. Looks like magic back on the menu. Save it.
So do I prefer M10 or 11? M11, because the modifiers suck. If they had just originally gotten rid of the modifiers and made an M11, I feel like maybe they even wouldn't have had to nerf it. What annoys you most about the liquid cooling nerf is that you had the perfect one. You farmed it yourself, you rolled the god tier spore enchant on it too, and now your build is just 60% worse. 60 was probably too much for that. I think it probably needed a nerf, but 60 just went from, I don't know, let's say it was God tier. It went from God tier to ass. When it should have gone from God tier to like viable. Like great. Good. You know, like you could have done a lot. Any news of a 50 level cap? I mean, not that I know of. I usually get my news from y'all. I could have seen anywhere from like a 20 to 30% nerf on it. Um, 50 would allow for double capstone. Ooh. I'm sure they'll increase it at some point. I just don't know how soon. My guess is not so soon. They'll probably do something that like puts you just shy of getting to capstones. Like, oh, we'll give you 45. 49. Just like literally shy. Or they'll do something where they'll increase the level cap, but you don't get all the skill points you need to get to the end. Since some levels give you extra skill points, they could either flatten those out, or, you know, some levels you get them, some levels you don't. I could see that occurring as well. Which one's workplace hazards? More traps? Dad jokes. Two parrots are sitting on a perch. One turns to the other and says, "Do you smell fish?" I believe perch must be a type of fish. Oh, that's right. This is the one that just randomly sends like meteors and other random shit. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, trying to determine. Hair's generally pretty decent right now. Okay. Boop.
A fearsome dragon returns, eh? Yeah, just as we practiced.
What? Did you multi classes, dumbass?
Okay, summon the dragon.
You wanted to meet murder,
Thanks for the reload,
I don't have a good understanding of when this guy. I guess I really should pay attention to when this like giant yellow
casting and blasting.
thing appears. Am I suffering? In the grand scale of things? Nah. I would never say that. Aphotic Skeep Prod of the Gatherer. Huh. Oh, I mean, I understand what a perch is, Manson, by the way. I'm pretty sure a perch is also a fish. And that's where the pun comes in. Imagine buying a new Ryzen GPU just before AMD announces their new 5-socket. Oh my lord. It's gonna be so sad having to, like, so many computers are gonna have to, if they want a new CPU, they're just gonna have to also get a new motherboard, no matter if theirs is, like, good, because there's gonna be a new architecture. It's gonna take a different slot. Do I have issues adding people? What do you mean? So this isn't ideal, but it does have, it's like good enough, I'd say, that I could like go on to something else. Do you guys think I should focus on rings or a different melee? Friends in the game? I don't think I'm having any issues. Yeah. Alright. If you're having issues, it might be that you have too many friends. Always a fun problem to have. So like right now, if someone were to send me a friend invite, I would not be able to accept it because I've reached my max friends. So I have to go in, find someone random to delete, and then I could add them. So you're on Xbox? I got nothing. I'm on PC. No clue. I just know shift friend lists are small. You have issues? You can't see any shift friends? Really? That's weird. Only epic friends. Huh. That is odd. Didn't they increase that? Nope. Okay, well, I have no idea about the epic only. You hate you can't mail or receive mail? Yep. Small things, I don't understand why they removed it. EchoCast as a general premise. I thought it was pretty decent. People being able to see my build and whatnot. Mail. Sending, receiving. Changing your name. Changing your pet name. Like... Broski. Don't feel like that's... Alright, so I'm gonna do melee weapons? Did you and I should get a thing? Or what? What do you guys think? Tell me what I need to do. You are my lifeline. Do I look for a goblin's pickaxe or something? Is that right? Or rings or other. Do you want a goblin? I don't know what it does. I just heard y'all talk about it. No, I don't want to have to bother. If it was just a sense of mailing, I'd say, yeah, sure, go ahead. Send it over to me. But, oh, I forgot. Damn it. Y'all should have told me. Not really. Rings first. You got? Get more money. I forgot to equip the 30% amulet. I'm trying to get money. Oh, that's an effect of what the pickaxe does. I thought you were just telling me to get more money. I was like... I mean, I'm trying. There's only so much I can do. Ooh, fancy. Okay, ability damage, useless. Gun damage with spell crit chance and spell damage. When action skill is ready, effect increase 25%.
Shadows move. The dark grows stronger.
Colonel Sanders, thank you for your follow and a welcome. Question. I don't have an action skill. Does this work, or is my action skill considered neither on cooldown nor
Another traveler
ready?
seeks refuge.
It is non-existent, so I don't believe this works for my build. The Cat's Tea, thank you for your follow and welcome. Schrodinger's action skill, right? It works not. Fantastic. Gun damage, shotgun and sniper, cool. Gun damage, melee. Hello, nurse. Gun damage, action skill duration, melee crit, and AR. Spell damage, spell radius. When equipped gun is low on ammo, effects are increased by 50%. I can take that one. That one's not bad. Ability damage. Aight. It would replace this one. Is it worth replacing this one? The answer is no. So no. Dope.
Ready to cast.
Invite you. You have a different name, right? You're a gunslinger, is that right, Blues?
Available artifice abiding adventurer. If you're... I'll take it, and not for a common haul. I know. Money is no object.
The fearsome dragon returns, eh?
A deal you have. Now to resell it online.
Ooh, okay. Melee attacks spawn gold. Whenever Fate Maker picks up gold, increases movement speed, cooldown rate, and action skill cooldown rate by 6 seconds by 6% for 5 seconds. Stacks 5 times. Oh, so... Oh, spell cooldown rate. Okay, yeah. The first part, cool and all, but the second part, I definitely understand. You kill stuff, it drops gold, you pick up gold, spell cooldown, and move fast. Dope. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Boop. Rings are a pain in the butt to farm. What did I get? New pupils. Oh, I got like goat pupils. Fuck it. Looks scary as hell. I don't like it. Too scary. Oh, wrong one. Oh, you just add me. You can do !epic or !shift. I think since you're on Xbox, do !shift. You should just get my shift info and you feel free to add me. There you go. Okay, so I'm pretty sure my rice is ready. It needs to be fluffed. And I'm hungry, so I'm gonna call it here for the day. I will be back on tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time, with more, fun shenanigans. So I hope you guys have had a fantastic day so far, and I hope you continue to have an amazing one. I will be back again tomorrow on the morn, so come hang out with me then. If you haven't, watch that video. It's funny, or I think it's funny. I don't know. In the meantime, I'm going to send us off on a raid, so you guys join me in that. So again, I'll be back tomorrow. I hope to see you around. We'll have fun farming, trying to get this build fully fledged, fully realized. And I'll need your help for that, because I don't know what's good in this game. You guys have to tell me. So until then, I'll see you when I see you. Bye.